Academy Board of Directors on October 23rd, 2020. Order by Board President at 6:02 p.m. And roll call. Member Smith is here. Member Freiler?
Here.
Member Shaw?
Here.
Member Travis?
Here.
And Member Akashe. Thank you. B, approval of the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on October 23rd, 2025. May I get a motion?
I'll motion.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? So moved. Okay, flag salute. We are very excited to have some special guests with us for various reasons tonight. And that first reason is our flag salute. We'd like to invite up our team, Hira and Arshan, to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
No, we're all singing at the same time.
Go ahead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay, item 3, recognitions. Presentation by State Senator Blake Spears representative regarding opening of the middle school, and I will pass it to Dr. Fricker.
Good evening, distinguished members of the board, community members. I would like to introduce a very special guest tonight. It is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Paige Apperson, who is a representative of Senator Catherine Blake Spears' office. Senator Blake Spears represents the 38th Senate District, representing Northern San Diego County and South Orange County, including the city of Laguna Hills, where our middle school is now located. We are so honored to have Ms. Apperson with us to present the Senate Certificate of Recognition from Senator Blake Spears' office, acknowledging the opening of our new OPA Middle School.
Hello. Maybe I'll stand on my toes a little bit. My name is Paige Apperson, and I am here on behalf of State Senator Catherine Blake Spears. Thank you so much for that warm welcome. And I'm really happy to be here. Our office is pretty much right down the street, so this is very fitting. And I know we're a few months late, but I think we can continue to celebrate even months after the opening. So I would love to read what we have written here for this ribbon cutting grand opening celebration. So, on behalf of State Senator Catherine Blake Spears, congratulations to Oxford Preparatory, how do you guys say it? I looked it up, Preparatory Preparatory Academy Middle School on your new middle school location in Laguna Hills. This exciting milestone marks a new chapter in providing exceptional education and opportunities for students, with outstanding features such as new athletic fields, a library, expansive outdoor spaces, and a distinguished honor hall, alongside enhanced classrooms, specialized office areas, and career technical education labs. Your students are set to thrive in this new location. We are wishing you continued success as you inspire and empower the next generation of learners. Congratulations.
Just want to say we're very grateful to the Senator's Office for this recognition and taking the time to be with us and support us in the opening of this new site. So thank you again. All right, moving to our next recognition B, celebration of reclassified English proficient students, and I will turn it over to Ms. Didion.
Hi, thank you, board members, and all of our families and teachers and support staff. Oh, this is a fun night. I think this is our best turnout ever. So tonight we'll be calling up all of these students that have what we call reclassified as English fluent proficient. And because of our families and our teachers, I have one teacher, Miss Desi. Can you just stand up? I know it's probably embarrassing, but Miss Desi works at Saddleback. And she works with many of these little friends and has for years. And the goal of the program is for students to become English language proficient. So it's not a measure of academic intelligence, it's a matter of understanding the language, the English language. So for some families, you might speak another language at home all the time or part of the time. And so when you enrolled, we knew that and we enrolled you in this program. And so these students have shown that they are now fluent in English and don't need that extra support that our program gives. And I know I've been speaking to many families for years, and this is a great accomplishment. I'm so proud. And I know, some parents are like, my child speaks, more English than I do. And that's exciting. And they can be bilingual and they have so many opportunities. It's like having a special power. And I love that. So I want to recognize we have on my list, I have 36 students, which is quite remarkable for the 3 schools that we have. So I'm going to start, and some people couldn't be here. I know even Petra, who works at my Orange County campus, or South Orange County campus, her daughter had a performance tonight, so she couldn't be here, but I know she's just dying because she loves this. So I'm going to read some names. Oops, I need to come get my. They should be in order. Maybe there. Okay. All right. So I'm going to start with my Saddleback Valley friends. That's right. And it's the right school. Okay. So first, Rakshita, come on up. And we'll just have you stand up here for a little. Yeah, perfect. Great. Okay. Eden. I don't think Eden's here, but Eden, congratulations. Adelina, come on up. Ruhi. They're so big. They're so small. Okay. Luca. Not here, but valued. Justin. And Erica is not here. She had something else going on tonight. Erica. Emma. Daniel. And Yuli. Okay. Stay up here with us, friends. We represent 41 different languages between our 3 schools. So we have lots of diversity in our language and our culture, and it's just remarkable. Okay, South Orange County. Ready? Timothy, come on up. Thank you. Nikshay. Sebastian Sanchez Marin. There you go. Careful with those steps. Giovanni. Okay. Maggie. Lena. I don't know. Kingsley. Here he comes. Vera Lucia. Malia. Andrea. Zane. Nahal. Caden. Isabella. Ryan. Luciana. Aren't they cute? David. Okay. Now from our middle school. I know some students have things going on at night. I get that. Emily. I don't think she's here. Jonathan. Leo. He's here. Hey, buddy. Sarek. Yahor. Nita. I've known Nita since she was in kindergarten. Or TK. TK. Arshawn, one of our. Artine. And Hiva, come on up. Good job. Good job, buddy. So another huge round of applause for our fabulous fluent English proficient learners. Ms. Kerming likes pictures. Thank goodness. All in front of her. Yeah.
In front, you guys go front and center. Why don't you guys go down here? All right, we have one more set of recognition to do, and then we're going to break for a little reception. So we appreciate everyone's patience and excitement and enthusiasm for up next, item C, California Positive Behavioral Interventions and Support Awards, and we'll turn it over to Mrs. Burdett.
Good evening, Board of Directors. Good evening, families. I am delighted to take a few moments this evening to celebrate the incredible accomplishments of our Oxford Preparatory Academy schools and to recognize the outstanding work and dedication of the professors, staff, and students. This year, all 3 of our OPA campuses have been recognized for their excellence in implementing positive behavioral interventions and support, which is our PBIS, with fidelity. This is a tremendous honor that speaks volumes about the strength of our school communities. For those who may be less familiar, PBIS is a proactive, evidence-based framework that helps schools create positive, predictable, and safe learning environments. It focuses on teaching and reinforcing positive behaviors, ensuring every student feels supported, valued, and equipped to succeed, both academically and personally. I am proud to share that our South Orange County site has been awarded the Platinum recognition. Saddleback Valley has earned Platinum for the 2nd consecutive year, and our newest site, the middle school, has received Bronze recognition. This last award is especially impressive. Our middle school has only been open for 2 years, and to earn recognition so early in its journey is truly remarkable. It's a testament to the dedication of our middle school professors and staff and their shared commitment to building a positive, inclusive culture where every student has the opportunity to thrive. These PBIS recognitions matter because they reflect more than just a set of practices. They reflect the daily dedication of our professors and staff in creating a culture where students thrive through empathy, accountability, and respect. They embody our commitment to rigorous academics within a nurturing environment, where students are encouraged to think critically and act with responsibility and integrity. At OPA, we believe that character and scholarship go hand in hand, and these recognitions affirm that our schools are living out that mission every single day. Congratulations to all 3 of our schools on this well-deserved recognition. Your leadership and hard work continue to set the standard for excellence in education and student support. We're deeply proud of all of you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mrs. Burdett. And really quick before we pause for our little reception, I want to open up to my board mates if there's any comments about these items we just went through.
I want to thank all the students for your hard work in learning the English language. We know that it's not easy and sometimes it doesn't make sense. So we commend you for all your hard work.
I'll just echo that, and also kudos to all the parents. I know you guys obviously had to work with your kids as well, and it's a testament to that hard work. So way to go.
I would just like to echo that, as well as thank all of our amazing teachers, staff, and administrators that make every day at OPA special, and to be recognized for both Platinum for 2 schools as well as Bronze is pretty incredible. Thank you all for your hard work.
I don't think I have much to add, but congratulations to all of you. Congratulations to the middle school as well for the recognition. I'm so happy to be here. It's a beautiful facility.
All right, thank you. And with that, we will have a recess at 6:22 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back. The meeting is being reconvened at 6:33 p.m. Community input on closed session agenda items. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the closed session agenda only. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Board Secretary, are there any comments regarding the items listed under closed session? Thank you. Closed session for discussion and possible action. A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision B of section 54956.9, 4 cases. Public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, release 54957. Public employee performance evaluation, executive director 5497. Is that supposed to match the one above? 54957. And then D, conference with real property negotiators, 54956.8. And with that, we will move to closed session at 6:34 p.m. All right, welcome back. We are reconvening to open session at 8:25 p.m. There is no action from close to report on. Community input. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the agenda or non-agendized items. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Board Secretary, are there any comments or on agendized or non-agendized items? No, thank you. Items for presentation and discussion. I believe we do, looking at this list and given where we're at in terms of time, want to propose that's we table items I and J and ask that staff prepare to bring those back at an upcoming meeting. So we will jump into item A, Chancellor's reports, and invite up Mr. Rectine, Wise, and Wright.
So as always, we'll share the stage. But being that this is the middle school's month to host, I'll start us off at least. And so we'll continue our ongoing monthly kind of presentation about how some of the core pillars of OPA kind of play out in our campus cultures and instruction in the classroom, and how that looks at the various sites. And so today we'll take a look at two different sort of aspects of OPA life at both of our elementary schools and our middle school. One of those will have to do with our champion profile, and our the other will have to do with our multiple intelligence, and the other one will have to do with our character traits for the month. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this month is our focus on the logical and mathematical intelligence. And so we can see what defines this particular intelligence, students that have special skills in thinking in terms of numbers and patterns and puzzles and problem solving and understanding how things work in steps and figuring out processes, which obviously directly relates to certain things like math and science kind of come as front to mind, but can be applied in other areas as well. And so one of the areas that we'll look at is how do we take students who are sort of predisposed to kind of think in terms of mathematical and logical, and what does that look like for, let's say, an ELA teacher, a history teacher, or other content areas working with these students who kind of think in these terms. So here's MI in action. Maybe on things over SOC.
So at SOC, through our STEAM program, our students here in our lower grades are learning beginning coding skills, and they're learning how to move objects from one square to another. So they have to count and know the number of steps to go forward, the number of steps to go right, and do those problem solving skills. So that's one way that we do logical mathematical at SOC.
As you all know, we have our right from the beginning curriculum, right? And so when we're talking about our mapping out for our writing, it's a very logical and mathematical, right? It goes piece by piece by piece. By the way, you all took your MI quiz last week, yes? Who's logical mathematical? I got 50% on it.
Yeah.
All right. What were the rest of you? Amy, what were you? Oh, quiz time. All right, here we go. Interpersonal, intrapersonal, logical, mathematical,
Spatial.
linguist, musical, naturalist, spatial,
I was spatial.
and
Mhm.
That was spatial too.
spatial.
Interpersonal, musical, and natural.
All right. Fantastic. So for us, that's how we integrated into our part of our right from the beginning is very logical, mathematical, right? It's a very prescripted formula into that writing.
You can even tailor our future presentations based off of your strength.
We'll have it out bio.
Make them look pretty.
I also wanted to find you an example from the middle school that was not the most obvious, was not the math class. And so the example you see in the far right is actually a language class. This is our Mandarin class. But what we see at the top, these are our thinking map models, where we kind of like take something like language and present it in this step-by-step sort of like creating mathematical connections or logical connections between ideas that have to do with non-mathematical or scientific concepts. So here we see teachers tapping into this particular kind of skill to approach this kind of learner to provide broader access to the content in that area, even though it doesn't have to do necessarily with mathematical and logical reasoning. So some great ways that we kind of find the strengths and the passions and the thinking patterns of our kids and apply them kind of broadly, even in areas you wouldn't necessarily expect. Okay, PBIS focus area of the month. Let me hand things over again to Mr. Rectine to talk about SOC.
Yes. Each of our campuses have a different set of PBIS matrices. So at SOC, we are the CHAMP matrix, which stands for compassionate, honest, accountable, mindful, and prepared. So our students try to envelop that CHAMP persona. And each month we have a different focus. So this month we're learning how to be more compassionate. Doesn't mean that the other letters go away, but this is the one we're focusing on that month. So they're learning how to be compassionate with their friends, on the playground, in the classroom. They're even learning how to do it within the home environment and how to take it off campus because it's a skill that goes with us everywhere. So you'll see up in the right, there's a tiny picture there that shows our new thing that we have now is the Dragon Flames. And so every time students are earning scholarships on our campus, like for this month, for being compassionate, they're adding fuel to the fire. So what you see there is a representation of over 20,000 scholarships earned so far since school started. So they're hoping to go higher and they earn rewards as their flame gets higher.
Like that. And then at SV, we are the 3 Bs: be responsible, be respectful, and finally, be safe, right? And everything that we do. So in our biweekly assemblies, we make sure we follow up on that. And this month we are focusing on our 3 Bs at recess, because we want to be responsible, we want to be respectful, and of course, we want to be safe at recess. So in our presentation to the kiddos, we talk about that, talk about each of those different areas. And like I said, in our assemblies, we have for our 1st through 5th graders, so we can really emphasize those points to them. So, you know, if you have any kids at SV, you can ask them about the 3 Bs and talk about the 3 Bs at recess, and they should be able to give you an answer of exactly what that is.
On the bottom, just as CHAMP characterizes SOC, RISE characterizes middle school. Responsible is actually left over from September's character trait of the month. So this will need to be updated, but R in RISE stands for respect. Respect, integrity, scholarship, and empathy. And so October is a focus on the first R, or the only R, the first letter in RISE, where we talk explicitly about respect and what respect looks like in different contexts. The picture you see here, it's too small for you to actually see unless you have it up on your screens. The very right-hand side, there's our acronym RISE, and I'm sorry, at the top, and it shows what these character traits look like in different areas. And so what does respect look like in the classroom? Or what does integrity look like in the hallways? What does scholarship look like in the library, for example? So we have same behaviors, different locations and contexts. And so we give a fully well-rounded sort of presentation about here's the characteristics that we're hoping to develop and all the different contexts it could appear differently. So for this month, our focus is on respect and coming up events that kind of tie into our holistic approach to our kids and our character development. SV?
So we are in the middle of Red Ribbon Week. So if your student is at SV, they've been dressing up all week. Today was tie-dye, peace signs, and bell bottoms. And you'd be surprised at how many sets of bell bottoms walked through today. It was actually pretty sweet. We had some great 60s music blasting through the office today. Leading into one of my favorite days of the week, next Friday, Literature Day. So kids have been working on their literature projects. This is not just a time to dress up and carry a book around. They are doing projects. It is associated with a book, and our professors are doing a great job. So really hitting on that civic engagement and our creativity and communication with our students and families. And then finally, some staff PDs, some Veterans Day, some days off. So don't forget to mark your calendars for those days off. Don't want to show up at 8:30 and be crickets. So that is it for November. Oh, November 17th, 2 days before the second best day of the year. And that is trimester awards. So we'll be sending those emails out in the next couple weeks here if students won their awards. So super excited for that. And I can't believe we're talking about trimester awards already. This year's flying by.
And then at SOC, you'll see that our Red Ribbon Week is actually next week. It's going to be kicked off with a ice bucket challenge. I'm getting a lot of ice water dumped on me as a kickoff for it. But that was what we do to raise money for our school. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be great. We have Literature Day coming up. We have our staff PD, which you're going to hear a great presentation about later, I believe. And then the thing that is different this year for us is we are now doing our Champ Awards as a separate assembly. We used to do it together as our trimester award. We are going to be doing it always the Friday before. So I'm going to be speaking at my Chancellor Chat next week all about the new Champ Award. So.
Speaking of character, tomorrow, the middle school is hosting its Rise Awards, where we celebrate all of our kids. Each of our teachers has nominated 4 different students to recognize for character development, 1 each in the area of respect, integrity, scholarship, and empathy. Those will be taking place just after drop-off tomorrow morning. I know 2 of our board members will be joining us to celebrate those awards tomorrow. Hopefully all 5, if you happen to be available, please join us at 8:35 on the Blacktop area. Coming up at the end of next week, we have Literature Day. Big event happening in early November. Our 6th graders are going away to Pally Camp. And so for 3 days, they'll be up in the mountains doing really cool activities out in nature, getting the camp experience and a wonderful opportunity there. And then we'll have a couple days coming off for staff development and Veterans Day in the next 3 weeks or so.
I just want to shout out my honor society because we had our Ball Family Fun Night Palooza amazingness last weekend, our most successful one yet for those that were able to come. Ton of people, so they did an amazing job. So I just wanted to publicly thank them for everything they do, and it was amazing. And yeah. Any questions?
Questions? You did so well. No questions. Thank you so much.
There we go. Thanks, everybody.
Appreciate you. Yes. All right. Next is the overview of 2025-26 academic interventions and supports. And we're going to hand it back to Ms. Didion and Ms. Burdette. Okay, thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you. Hello again. That was so fun with my little friends here. It's so funny because sometimes the parents still say to me, why are we here again? I mean, they really don't even know their children are in the program sometimes. So it's interesting, but they're so happy. It's really cute. So, can you turn to the, oh, I do it. Never mind. Just kidding. Just joking. I'm showing my age. Okay, I don't know how to do this. Oh, thank you. I just need Adam everywhere I go. Actually not joking. You helped me with something the other day and I was laughing. Okay. So when we're talking about students, I don't love the word intervention. I prefer the word support because I think we all need support at different times. And so, an intervention just has these weird connotations these days. So anyway, but it is what it is. It's on my name tag. We're deeply committed to, oh, sorry. Thanks. Thank you. I just feel like I'm yelling. And there's nobody here. It's so weird. Anyway, so we're deeply committed to helping every student in whatever way possible. So having just started this position this year, but knowing OPA for as long as I have, I kind of have ideas and some things that I like, some things that I wanted to tweak a little bit. So I'm going to go sort of through what we do now and then a couple of ideas, and then I'll come back to you. I mean, this is my daily conversation with myself. So, my idea is really that we have lots of touch points. Altogether we have about 1,500 kids. Is that about right? 1,700 kids. So we have a lot. We use what we call I have to do it again. Never mind. A multi-tiered system of supports, meaning that every student receives base instruction. And then if students need more, that's the base level. And then the second level would be some students need a little extra support in any way. And so that's kind of what we're looking at is what supports do we need? And then at the very top tier is a very small percentage of our students, maybe 5% need a lot of extra help. And these aren't forever. I tell people all the time, sometimes you need support for a little period of time, and then sometimes you need support for a longer period of time. And it's all very individualized. And I know our chancellors were just talking about MI and how that we really do try to tune our instruction towards student needs and abilities and interests. I do want to say that we use our collaboration and advisors at OCDE so much. I work with them a lot and they've been so helpful. So we do use this MTSS model, which is this multi-tiered system of supports. There are 4 pillars that we sort of focus on: academics, behavior, social emotional learning, and attendance. And in this way, we really look at like the student as a whole and where they might be coming from. So, you would think just academics, but behavior often shows, like today, this student had a concern. I was at one of the schools and I said, how's it going? And she seemed kind of down. School's not great for her. She's not having that great of a time. And I go, okay, well, let's drill down a little bit. So we talked about it a little bit. So some of the behavior was because she just really was feeling like she wasn't as strong in math as some of her peers. So that's a conversation we can really talk about that in the classroom. And that sort of gets into social emotional learning, different students. We have programs, we have people, we have lots of energy that we put towards all of these different pillars. I will say the attendance, since I've been in education, has always been a concern. And I think that California has really been putting a lot of focus on attendance, and it's great. So even I can look at attendance and I see, oh, they're absent a lot, or why are they absent a lot? Can we help with that? So that's a parent conference, or teachers, or something's going on. So the tier 1 is academics, and we're going to really focus on I'll kind of go over this the most. We have academic intervention supports that we've had for a number of years, which is great. We believe that the core instruction happens in the classroom with the teacher. So first and best instruction, you hear it one time in a short, concise, very intentional way. And not just one time, but I mean, they hear it the one session, and then they do kind of like a I do, we do, you do with the students. And that rolls out through the whole week. We do also small groups. So we work, that's the next slide. Sorry, I'm working on my presentations. Anyway, so the foundation is really that tier 1 foundation. Then we work on building, we have state curriculum that we use in every content area, which is, we're working on math. I think math is the next one we're going to be piloting within the next year. We have comprehensive assessments, iReady. We use SBAC data. We use the new M-Class, which is awesome. And then a lot of formative assessments that we have in the classrooms through Study Sync, Savas, Wonders, EdGems. And then our teachers meet together, they discuss test scores, they discuss how students are doing. We talk a lot in PLC groups and, just general conversations. And then we developed targeted small group instruction. So I don't know, maybe 4 years ago, I really put my foot down and said, we need small group instruction built into our master schedule. And so we did it, and it's been great. We started out with just 2 days a week of small group instruction a couple of years ago, and most teachers right now are doing 4 days, sometimes even 5 days of small group instruction. And that looks like no new materials taught during that time. So it's a dedicated time of about somewhere between 30, 40, 50 minutes, depending on the grade level. So no new instruction. The groups are made based on kind of what's going on. We don't have any sort of prescribed groups, except for sometimes we will have an EL group. And so it was sort of self-serving because that was my job. And I wanted a time when my EL students could meet with us to just work on any ELD standards. Also, anybody in any other sort of separate program could have pull-out time where there wasn't content instruction going on at the same time. I don't want students to ever miss anything that's being taught. And then teachers, who are the experts, lead the small group instruction. And then sometimes we have other people inside the room also helping. So like my ELIAs might be in the room working with groups. Anybody can be in the room, like any chancellor could be in the room leading a small group. Again, they're fluid and dependent on sort of whatever skills need to be worked on. They can work independently on projects, tasks, or skill building activities. So this is a great time for project work. I was talking with the second grade team at SOC the other day, and they are really so focused, not that anyone else isn't, I just was talking with them, on this project-based learning. And everything is done in these like 3 to 5, well, whatever the project length is, project times. And the skills are in this project. And so the students can really take off or come back and sort of work on something. So then during that small group time, they could be working on their project or be working on a skill that they needed some extra help with. Right. Sorry, talked about that one. So our intervention teachers, we currently have an intervention teacher, a dual setting support module, which means that we have in-class support and pull-out support. So most of the time we want the instruction and support to be in the class. We're an inclusive school. We like our instruction happening right there. But sometimes there are times when it's honestly really loud and there are kids talking and laughing and joking, and you need to really drill down and teach this skill. So we have those pull-out sessions with our intervention instructors who are credentialed teachers who are working on goals with those students. And so it's just rather intensive, short-term, goal-focused, skill-focused instruction. Those teachers, I just want to say, are not just working with those students. They're also in the classrooms doing small group instruction. They're around during the day. They push into classrooms. They help out a lot if there's, something going on. During testing, we may have them with a small group of students that need a separate setting or some extra just quiet space for that to get the work done. And then our middle school, so this has been really fun for me this year because it's A, really challenging, and then B, I was so motivated this year. We don't have an intervention teacher working at the middle school. What we put in place were office hours. So each teacher does core instruction during the day with their different groups or different classes. And then the 8th period is open for those students to come in to get some extra support. Sometimes teachers say, hey, can you come in for some extra help? Sometimes students want to come in, or sometimes even a parent, will say, I'd really like my child to come in. It's fluid. It is very personal. Sometimes there are groups. So it's variable. And I think it really works. It's been working for us so far. This year, for our conferences at the middle school, I don't know if 2 of you guys have middle schoolers. We did a different kind of conference where we really did a data-driven conference request. As the council likes to say, conferences aren't for feelings. So, which, she's a counselor. But the point was that I feel like this child needs a conference. No. So I went through and I pulled all those 4 pillars of data. I did, attendance, behavior, grades, and my God, now I can't think of the other one. Sorry. Anyway, I pulled all that data, put it together, and we came up with a list of students who just might need that. Now I know some of the test data was not indicative of actually how the student does, because they were kind of like, I don't care about this test. Well, after they got the email, they cared. They were like, oh, I should have really done my best here, which they will in 3 weeks. But anyway, and so then we invited those students to conferences. And we had parents or teachers signed up. So we had all the data, the teachers all got together, we talked about the data, we compiled the data, we created forms, and then teachers chose students to represent at the conferences, and they met with the parents. So it was really led by Kendall, the counselor. She's amazing. And she had this idea that she'd done at her school before. And she was so excited about it. And I was like, I'll help you. I think this is great. Let's try something different. And I think it went really well. We had a lot more conferences than we've ever had in the middle school. And I think we really had a lot of touch points with parents. So I like that model. We were able to offer our office hours. And I don't know, parents are so interested in kindergarten and they become less interested. You guys are an exception, I'm sure, but less interested as years go on. By the time my kids were in 10th grade, I was like, you just tell me, is there a problem? Because otherwise I'm not, I don't need to go. But, and if there is a problem, I'm there, or if there's something great, I'm there. But I just really think it's important that we focus on things that need focusing on. But then on the flip side, one of the areas that I want to look at is what can we do to enrich? What can we do to really focus on enrichment? So projects in the middle school, we have CTE, we have differentiated learning, we have projects, office hours, robotics, language clubs. In our elementary schools, we have clubs, we have teachers doing all kinds of things. We have so many field trips. They're back, which is great. I never thought they'd come back, honestly, after COVID. And they're here. Somebody went on a field trip the other day. Sorry, I gotta go. Anyway, we love it. So our forward focus is really MI and AI. That's my jam. And that's where we're headed. Okay, sorry. Good. You guys have any questions
Questions or comments?
or comments?
So I do think that this is definitely a differentiator for OPA and just how much we invest in intervention. One thing I think that would be helpful is to make sure we continuously communicate out to especially middle school parents about the intervention options, because I do think that it's there and available, but it's kind of not always utilized. And to your point, middle school, by the time they get to the middle school, the kids should be advocating for themselves, but they don't always. So, but it's really great that we offer that for our students.
Yeah, good point. Thank you. Anyone else?
Okay, thank you very much.
You are very welcome. Do I have to turn this off? Maggie, you're gonna do it?
All right. C, proposed additions to annual stipends, Mrs. Burdette.
Good evening. Do you have the slide deck? Perfect. Thank you. All right, good evening. I'm just going to briefly go over some proposed additions to the standard traditional stipends that are offered here at OPA. So our stipend setup at OPA is really designed to recognize and compensate professors who go above and beyond their contractual teaching duties. So what we've been looking at in meetings over the past year with the different chancellors, looking at the growth of the middle school, we've noticed that our middle school is constantly expanding, and there's a lot of additional roles and programs that have been identified that really require significant planning, coordination, responsibilities outside of those contractual hours. So as was presented at the last board meeting and approved, these are the traditional stipends. So these are the current stipends offered to all 3 sites at OPA. And some proposed additions to this year's stipend program are web advisor, cheer advisor, robotics advisor, and music director. And again, these are allowing for expanded leadership roles with our staff. And we're also helping to ensure that OPA continues to attract and retain high quality professors and really engage students in expanded enrichment activities. So the purpose of this presentation is just to offer an opportunity for any input or discussion. And then our goal would be to present these back to the board at the November board meeting for hopeful action. I have more questions.
Comments or questions?
Of these new proposed additions, were any of them active last year that we need to be thinking about retroactively providing support for those teachers?
Yeah, so one that was brand new last year was our web program, and it was kind of a trial program. We were trying to see what where it would go, and it really took off, and it really morphed into such an expanded monthly activity to really engage our 6th graders. So it's something that we did continue this year. We were hopeful to continue it. Our current advisor is doing an amazing job getting this program up and running and welcoming our 6th graders. So it is something that we would look at possibly having a retroactive stipend.
For my own learning, I was curious about, I know there's also clubs that are managed by teachers and run, but I don't see them on the stipend list. So is that just considered that's part of their regular duties to run a club versus what this is above and beyond?
Yes, correct. A lot of the responsibilities and leadership for these roles are not tied directly to a teaching class, and they often take place outside of normal contract hours, where our clubs are really student-driven. So we encourage the students at the middle school to create and build clubs, and even at the elementary schools,
Well,
the
that's what I
teachers
was
are
thinking.
running clubs
Yes, that
during
makes
their
sense.
contracted hours. So it's
Okay.
part of their teaching day.
Got you. Thank you for that distinction.
I'm going to ask a similar type question, but it's actually around the athletics, because I noticed on here you have a cheer advisor, but we have a lot of after school sports and things like that. So how is the cheer one different than the other sports?
Thank you for asking. So currently our athletic director and our coaches, it's part of their teaching schedule. So where our teachers are teaching 6 periods during the normal school day, they are teaching 5 and have an athletic period. So it's part of their paid contract hours to coach. It's part of their assignment. Normally cheer would fall in that realm. Unfortunately, this year we didn't have a staff member qualified to do cheer, so we invited some input from other sites, and we were able to obtain a staff member from SOC who is coming over. So she drives over outside of her day to come and coach and support cheer. She teaches a full day at her site and then comes over to support the program. So the proposal is to support that because we didn't have someone currently on staff at the middle school to take that on.
Why wouldn't you do it where you offer like the extra hour like you do for some of the other types of, like, if you have like teachers that teach in their prep hour, why would you do it this way versus that?
That is definitely something we
I'm
could look
just- I'm-
into. It was just trying to keep the equity within the extra duty stipend
Okay.
schedule.
Okay, I think long-term that needs to be looked at about when do you have a stipend versus the extra, and I don't even know the right term, the extra team, the extra hour.
Like an extra paid hour.
Yeah, the extra
Yeah.
paid hour.
And in fact, we are looking at that for all of these different roles because there's different roles, responsibilities, activities that they're doing. So we're kind of doing a comparison study to see where that falls in terms of that equity and access to these. And then it really will require going back to all of the traditional stipends that OPA offers to look into that.
All right. Thank you very much for that update and We'll look forward to seeing this back on the agenda. Possible action, future. All right, D, notification of addendum to dashboard local performance indicators. Back to you.
Okay. All right, so teaching assignment monitoring outcomes. This is a statewide system used by the California Department of Ed, where they are evaluating our certificated staff to determine whether they're properly assigned within their teaching credential regulations. So I'm going to use the abbreviation TAMO so I don't get tongue-tied, but these are released annually. So they go back and evaluate the teachers on staff at every school, look at their credentials. But when they release these reports, the reports are about 2 years old. So the reports that were just released this year reflect the 23-24 school year, not last year. And so part of this is a requirement to present at a board meeting just to review it with our board. And typically these would be part of our local indicators, which was a presentation that we did in June along with our LCAP approval process. However, again, they released these after that deadline to present local indicators. So this is kind of an addendum. And part of this information then is part of our dashboard. And what you will see, this is new this year on the California dashboard, and there will be a presentation on our dashboard and all of our data in December, but there will be a specific little icon on each dashboard that is determined how many teachers are clear, which means fully credentialed in their area of expertise. So we will see that on this year's dashboard. So there's some just real quick definitions. You'll see an FTE is a full-time equivalent. So it's just talking about how much of the day you teach. So full-time versus part-time. Clear, again, that's what we're looking at, where all elements of the credential has been cleared by the CDE and the California Teaching Credential Association. Out of field means part of their assignment might have been a little bit out of their credentialed field. An intern would be a teacher who has a bachelor degree but has a certain subject matter competency they're approved to on a temporary basis be teaching without that full credential. You'll also see the terms ineffective, which means the assignment might have a waiver or an emergency credential, but they are not currently authorized to teach in that subject area. Incomplete would indicate there is some information that was reported to CalPADS that was an error or it was missing, but there is also a window to correct any of that data. And then unknown just means there wasn't enough information reported to CalPADS to determine which of these criteria they would assign it. So just as a quick overview, this was the TAMOs from OPA Saddleback Valley from 23-24. The only report was there was one person, one full FTE that was considered ineffective, which just means they may have been on an emergency waiver, and English learner authorization might have also been not cleared quite yet. At South Orange County, there was 2 considered incomplete. Again, this means that some sort of data reported to CalPADS may have been missing, incomplete. Something in that field of that teacher may not have been reported correctly, but there was also time to correct it. And then finally, at OPA Middle School, there was a 0.4 equivalent, which means a part-time person was ineffective, again, possibly on a waiver or an emergency credential, and 0.1, which might have meant, and again, at the middle school, you'll see these percentages because it might mean that not their whole teaching schedule because they're teaching sections versus a whole class. So it might have been one class, one elective that they were teaching might have been outside their credential area. And so this is, again, will be part of the 25-20 or 25-26 dashboard that will be coming out in the next month. Any questions on this?
Right, we will. Thank you. Keep it. Oh, sorry.
quick
I
question.
apologize. Go ahead.
For the incomplete ones, when you said there's something to correct, is that something we have corrected or need to correct?
Usually there's a 90-day window to correct it. However, if it's being reported at this point, it means something was not able to be corrected in that time window. So that is something that as we're looking through any kind of CalPADS reporting, we're trying to make sure that anything that is incorrect is corrected within that window.
Any other comments or questions on that item? Okay, professional development plan and November 7th, professional development day.
All right, so just a quick overview. So we are working very hard at the central office and with our chancellors and site admin teams to really have a very proactive approach to professional development. We're doing a needs assessment. We just got back in. We looked at one last year, more comprehensive than I've seen. And so this is starting to drive that professional learning plan. So part of what we're starting to look at, and this is really the beginning stages of hopefully a 3-year strategic plan with OPA, but as we know, things come up, things change very quickly in the world of education. So we'll always be constantly revising our plan, but we're really working to empower our educators and equip our professors across all experience levels. So taking care of our brand new teachers and our more veteran teachers and everyone in between and making sure we're meeting all of their needs. We're coming back to that core focus of our champion profiles and really making sure, especially new staff, understand what really makes OPA's heartbeat, and that is our champion profile, our MIs, and our core curriculum, and always fostering that cycle of continuous improvement. What can we do to improve? What can we do to continuously get better, to innovate, and to embrace the change that comes across our educational fields? And as always, it's always student focused, making sure that we're identifying high impact professional development that will increase student achievement in all areas. So looking at kind of a 3-year overview timeline, this would be considered year 1.0. We're looking to build foundations for this empowerment, really dig into what the staff needs and identify how we can continue that out over 3 years. This year was also unique because we had some mandates come down from the state. We had to learn about new reader screeners and identify new literacy intervention programs. So we embraced that and jumped right in. But we also went back to the roots of our needs assessment to make sure we're meeting the needs of all of our staff, classified and certificated. Year 2, we're hoping to strengthen and expand that capacity, and then looking forward to year 3, continue to innovate and really sustain the cycle of continuous improvement at OPA. So looking at this year's focus areas, these were some of the areas that we really thought that should be a clear focus in our professional development, specifically this year, really refining our use of MTSS, making sure especially new staff and veteran staff really understood all those pillars of support. Our teams are very actively working on aligning grade level, area, scope, and sequence and pacing guides, especially as we're starting to get into the season of looking at new curriculum adoptions. We're looking at, again, science of reading instructional practices. So our elementary, our K-3 team has really been diving into that. The middle school has spent a lot of time working on the new learning management system, Canvas, which we're hoping to roll out successfully in January. And again, going back to the core of OPA, looking at champion profile, MI, our GATE strategies, thinking maps. So again, now we're moving into this crazy, fast-moving world of AI and how we can incorporate all of that into our lesson design to make sure we all understand how to use it ethically and appropriately. And then again, at the middle school, we're continuing to build our CTE curriculum. And as always, as a fully inclusive model, we're looking at supporting our teachers, our IAs, our classified staff in terms of how to support our students with disabilities and our multilingual learners. So very quickly, kind of looking at this year in particular, we're really looking at customizing training for growth. So not doing a one-size-fits-all PD, but really what do we need to bring to our staff and how can we make it very customized to their needs. And so always looking at our tier 1, that's always important to make sure that is strong. Our champion profile integration and capstone development, we really want to come back to that and make sure everyone from TK through 8 can really speak to that and understand the importance of that. A really big process is just the appropriate use of AI in education, and we're really trying to grasp and learn that. We talked about Canvas, and we're also starting to talk through and train staff for WASC accreditation coming next year. So some of the things we've done to customize this training, we've already had our week of welcome. We're building out a plan for the November 7th PD day, and then we're already starting to look ahead to our February day. So those are all staff days where we can all come together and work together on all of these big initiatives. And then we're constantly looking at our curriculum. Again, we're getting into the season of curriculum review and adoption cycles. Currently, the state is in the process of identifying and adopting the new state-approved options for mathematics. So that's something as a team we'll start looking at and presenting with the board and getting committees together to look at potential options moving forward. Again, I said reviewing scope and sequence. This is so critical for the new staff that comes in. Do they know where to jump in? Do they know where we're going? And then revising that pacing and scope to make sure we're hitting all of those core power standards for our students every year. And then again, really strengthening our collaboration structure. So one of the big focuses this year was vertical articulation, not just bringing our same department teams or same grade level teams together, but giving teams of teachers time together to work through what does it look like moving from first to second grade, from fourth to fifth grade, from fifth to sixth grade. So recently, the elementary chancellors led a PD for all of the elementary teams from both SOC and SV to sit together in grade level teams, not just as their own team, but both schools to really align, look at MIs in their lesson design, look at how they can use AI as a team and really innovate together rather than in isolation. And then at our November 7th day, we're bringing all 3 schools together and giving time for all the different grade levels to speak through the standards and how they articulate up to make sure we're aligning our practices. And then finally, we're always looking to progress monitor and refine our practices. So again, our LCAP review cycles, we're looking to make sure that what we're doing and the PD we're providing our staff is really impacting student achievement and growth and make sure it's aligned to our LCAP actions and goals. Trying to get as much stakeholder feedback, make sure we're getting a lot of classroom observations and that kind of formative, just getting into classrooms and making sure that what we're preaching is in practice. And if it's not, how can we support teachers and how can we make it really impact students in a different way? And part of that process is we are doing a very detailed PD tracking. So we're looking at everything we're offering across all 3 campuses to all categories, from central office admin to classified, making sure everyone is included and we're meeting the needs of everyone, not just specifically drilling down to our professors, because it really does take all OPA staff to support our students and our organization. So as part of this, this will be part as we look at the needs assessment. Are we meeting all of the asks and needs of our team? What haven't we met? What areas or groups are missing or are not being serviced as much as another group? So this is just part of that overview process, and this will drive planning out our 2nd and 3rd year of PD. That's kind of an overview in a nutshell. Any questions?
Go ahead, questions or comments?
This is excellent. I did have one quick question. I love your tracker. My question is how are you deciding how to allocate dollars to like what areas versus like, because to me, it's great that this is all done, but it needs to go against the budget.
Yes, and that's something that we're starting to align. So we're looking at a lot of this was pre-planned. We're also looking at different categories of the budget. So for example, we get certain categorical funding that is specifically for PD. We had certain block grants that was specifically for staff development, mentoring, new teacher development. So we're making sure that in those existing grants that this PD matches what was proposed and matching the requirements for reporting and expenditures. And then part of this is just tracking what do we do on a normal basis, because some of this is no cost. When we come together as a team and we're planning, it's a very minimal cost to pull from the knowledge base that we have here on staff. And then moving forward, this is what we're going to use to kind of drive what do we need to allocate those dollars for? Where is the value and what maybe doesn't have value? Because if we're spending a lot of money possibly bringing in a consultant to lead a PD, but it's a one and done and it's not being applied into the classroom, that's not a value for that dollar. So that is part of our next steps as we plan out our three-year goals. So there'll be another column at some point that attaches all of those budget allocations to it. Yes.
This is excellent. And I just wanted to, I love data-driven academics, you know that. When it says behind the data, and I love the vertical articulation, what kind of data are the teams of teachers looking at when they're going through like November 7th, for example? Is it the CASP data from last year? Is it iReady data? How is that being utilized? Just in a nutshell.
Oh, it's a great question. So one of the big focuses, again, for lower elementary is those M-class screeners that we did at the beginning of the year. It's the first time we've done them. It's the first time we've had that data. They've done a lot of Orton Gillingham training. They're starting to apply certain literacy skills in the classroom. So it's a time to come together and see what's working, what's not working. Some of it may be very qualitative, just it's not quantified as a number, but it's really looking at what they feel is working and the kids are responding to. Some of it may be we're now getting into the 2nd cycle of iReady. We're looking at writing benchmarks. It's a time for them to come together with these early data points that we have. again, looking at CAST data now that it's officially released, looking at part of the CAST data that was also released are targets within that. So it targets the different skills and where our kids fall and says whether we're meeting that skill, we're a little bit behind that skill. Same with iReady. It gives them kind of focal points to start to drive new lesson planning. And that's where coming all together as a team is really important. It's also looking to see what gaps there are between grade levels and how they can support those teachers as they're moving from grade to grade.
What is the OPA innovation team? Who sits on it? And I just want to verify that it's not just renaming the strategic planning.
It's
committee.
not. It is a goal. It hasn't happened yet. So that is part of year one. Our hope was to get it into quarter one. So what we are looking at, and I'm going to be working with our team, it's part of our next chancellor meeting, is to recruit staff, parents, and even students across all 3 sites, looking at OPA traditions, but also looking to innovate. What are we doing well? What can we do better? It's part of all of that stakeholder feedback, but really taking people who know OPA and saying, okay, what is the OPA way? And what can we continue to build so we stand out and we're ahead of the curve and we're really attracting people because of what makes OPA special, but also what's making us different moving forward. So it is coming soon.
So your PD tracker is missing 2 things. It's missing all of like the Brown Act training and things like that that you guys have done. But it's also, I love that you put on your slide about the WAS guidelines, but I know you talked about having WAS training as well. So I'd make sure that that's incorporated also because you've talked about it. And so make sure you get credit for the things you're doing in addition to the other one.
No, thank you. Like I said, sometimes
get
it's like,
credit.
it's nice because it's, you have one set of eyes. So adding,
Yeah.
more, I realize like we've done some conferences, there's other PDs. So any input, that's something.
Exactly.
We started it a little bit late, so we're trying to remember all the great things we've
course.
done. And then going back and filling in the blanks is always a great thing. And WAS training will be coming. It
Yeah.
just hasn't happened yet, so that's not on here yet.
Okay.
I just have a quick comment in that I believe, human assets are our greatest assets as an organization. So I really appreciate what I'm taking away from this is there's a lot of intentionality around how you're designing and creating opportunity for information and knowledge exchange within the organization and allowing also for external, right, to inform and help us all grow. So I just want to say thank you and appreciate this work.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comment? Okay. So next we will go to the Raptor Badge Alert and Dr. Fricker.
Good evening. So this was something that was brought up in terms of overall safety for our campuses and what are we doing to increase that safety and security for campuses. One of the things in our neighboring districts that came out, I believe it's called Synergenics. It was, I think that's right, by Capistrano. They've taken their volunteer and screening system kind of to the next level. So our screening system where volunteers would come in or guests would come in and onto our campuses go through what's called the Raptor system. And so this is a small presentation of what we could do within our own platform to elevate that to a much higher level.
Used by more K-12 schools in the U.S. than any other panic alert solution. Raptor introduces another layer of emergency alerting with Raptor Badge Alert. Engineered as an all-in-one alerting solution, the Raptor system harmonizes wearable technology with a mobile application for superior performance and coordination. By simply pressing a button, staff can send pre-configured alerts securely over a long-range LoRa network. Dedicated gateways provide reliable connectivity throughout the campus. Strategically placed beacons triangulate the badge's location, providing floor-level accuracy displayed on interactive campus maps. This immediate situational awareness empowers responders to coordinate efforts efficiently. When an alert is initiated, the system activates synchronized campus-wide notifications, which can include strobe lights, sirens, digital signage, PA messages, and more. This enables staff and responders to take swift action and communicate effectively across the school. In harmony with Raptor Emergency Management, staff can access secure in-app communication, account for students, staff, and visitors, and safely reunify families. Raptor Badge Alert is the only multi-point alerting system designed exclusively for K-12 and licensed by the I Love You Guys Foundation, featuring both the standard response protocol and the standard reunification method workflows. Raptor Badge Alert, because protecting every child, every school, every day is our only mission.
So we took some time this summer to figure out what are all the components that we would need to do at now our 3 campuses to make this come to life, and actually increase our safety and security systems across our entire organization. With our current Raptor system does check in, check out. It gives us an idea who is on campus, and if there should be an emergency, who we would have to check for, and kind of make sure that either us or any emergency service provider would have an accurate accountability for the individuals on our campus. This, like I said before, would take that our current system to more of an emergency management system. And we would have to, it has the ability to coordinate our drills. It has the ability to coordinate and link in with our student information system. So for example, if you have a classroom of students and one student happened to be going to the bathroom or the restroom or checking with the library or may need to go to the office, and so if something happens, that teacher needs to account for all of the students in their class, plus the student who's no longer in the class because they happen to be on an excused reason outside of class. With this system, the staff member can account for the students in the class, and then any other staff member can account for the student in the nurse's office or in the library or maybe in the hallway, and it will link to our student information system so that both the classroom teacher knows that that other student is accounted for, which is a great feature, especially when anything could happen at any time. It would track students, and it would connect to a mobile device phone, or it could connect to an iPad. So we wanted to make sure that there was multiple devices that a staff could have access to be able to track students. In addition, the Raptor visitor management system, the badge alert system, we have outlined all of the needs that we would have to put in across campuses. We have located and identified some of the components that we would either have to order or make sure that we equip the campuses in certain ways to make sure that it can activate. And then we've also scoped out just the financial impact that this would have as a precursor to actually putting the system in. And then we've also mapped out a timeline of where we are. We started the work really in coordination with Mr. Silva and the technology department last spring and over the summertime. We've met, had presentations by the organization as to how we would put this in place. Our next steps that are in progress would be working with both the technology director and student services to make sure that we have a launch plan to move the management system, the alert system forward. We want to make sure that we put in best practices with our staff. Again, at the professional development day, we will be presenting this to staff should the board want to move forward in making sure that they are used to wearing their badges, making sure that they have and would know what the system would do and could do. So we would use the professional development days either in November or in February to do that. We would also develop a campus security or school security committee to make sure that any and all components of campus security is identified and then addressed throughout the year. We would want training for the staff should we implement the system. Obviously, our staff would need to be trained as to how to use the system, and then make sure that we coordinate with any service provider to make the critical components on the campuses viable. So for example, if you're using an iPad to track students. We would want to make sure that you have enough Wi-Fi access to actually make sure that it actually does what it's intended to do, and that we have enough other systems supporting it. So this is our proposal. We can get a different proposal if we want to go with a different vendor. This would be what our current system, our current platform could elevate to become. And then we would be happy to have any comment or question, dialogue or direction from the board as to how you would see our security and our safety on our campuses increase and improve.
So thank you. I had a question. How is this possibly redundant with any workflows or equipment or processes that we currently have in which we would eliminate, for example?
So we would take our current system, which is not fully utilized, and it would expand our current system to have additional features that we currently do not have. So in terms of the inner communications between staff, we don't have a way to immediately identify with all staff like a certain situation that's happening on campus. So should we have to have a lockdown, or should we have to have an alert sent? We have a paging system to do that. We would have obviously email or alerts to do that. We could alert them to get messages. This would be an instantaneous message. It would be a much quicker and much more effective way of increasing that notification from staff to staff. We do have accounting systems where, staff members do account for the students in their campus. We do have the Raptor sheets where we would go through and make sure that we account for any visitors that are on campus. This would connect right into our student information system. So it would just make it much more efficient and effective and enhance our current operations.
So there's no like walkie-talkie system right now where
we do have a walkie-talkie with like administration, but not all staff has a walkie-talkie.
And is it a kind of alert where it's school-wide only, or do you have the capability to just contact immediately the like chancellor or the dean, for example, for that extra support? Or is it just for school-wide alerts?
You could have, if a staff member saw something suspicious or something going on and they wanted an alert, they could alert either school-wide or they could alert just administration. It would go through, there's a set of protocols that we would put in place. That would be part of the training for staff as to how to use the system. And then you could make depending on what the situation was, you could determine based on those protocols, what would be the most effective alert to do at that time.
So on slide 4, you have it says projected financial impact, but there's not actually an amount.
We did get the quotes for the system. There are other quotes, like we may need boosters on the campus to make sure that our Wi-Fi connection could reach out to the extension of fields, because if you do evacuation, you're going to be going out into the field area. So there's just other component parts that we would have to gather to give you a full estimate of the value of this, which we would be bringing back to the board.
Well, and that's kind of leads to my second question. I love that you guys are looking at increasing the safety and making sure that in this day and age, you just really want to make sure that's done. So I love that you guys are looking at that. I would almost want to know, like, how is all of it? Like, are we doing extra cameras? I know we have a very big safety plan. Is the school site council, are you utilizing them to kind of really work through this? Or how is this being done to kind of holistically look at improving the overall safety? And what step is this versus all the other safety protocols that might be looked at?
That's a very good question. So we do have our annual school site safety plans that are reviewed. They are reviewed by school site council. They're reviewed by administration, both at the site and at the central office, and by outside agencies. And then those are usually approved in like February, March every single year. So that process would stay and be maintained. This would be something that we could add to that conversation. Obviously, there's a fiscal impact, and we would want to make sure that the board is on board before we have conversations with staff or, school site councils of that nature, just to make sure that this is something that is a go forward. But we do want to make sure that we are looking at all the options to increase safety and security on campuses, and cameras are a part of that. I,
that's coming at another time, the cameras and other things like that, that are going to be part of the increasing school safety, or?
we always can bring, well, we look at our camera coverage every single summertime during the summer to review if we need new cameras or if there's a coverage or a high flow or high traffic flow portions where we would need different views or vantage points for cameras. And we do make those adjustments through the year, should we see that we need have a need. And then, yes, that would be incorporated into the overall school site safety plan and the location of those cameras. So that would all be a part of that annual review of the actual safety plan. And should we need adjustment, we would bring those back for board approval to add or make additions to that.
So I have to say thank you because, many months ago, there was an incident at a school. And I had been reading about it and it said they had a comparable system to this. And I brought it to your attention because if I recall correctly, the evidence showed that having this type of system significantly reduced response time. So I really appreciate the effort that's gone into exploring it and us responsibly thinking, is this the right fit for OPA? As I know we are all committed to the safety of our students. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions on this one? Okay, G, open enrollment communications and marketing strategies.
Okay, open enrollment, it is that year, it's that time of year again where we are a school of choice. And so we are looking at that open enrollment timeframe that leads into our lottery. Just a quick reminder from last year, we did look at the lottery in depth and we actually moved up the open enrollment and lottery timeframes. Last year, we also were having, the lottery had a platform adjustment, which had its own time frame. So we revisited that again this fall. We again formulated that committee with a variety of staff members to look at maybe having slight adjustments to the open enrollment and lottery timeframes. So you will see that the application window will open January 5th through February 13th. Final review of that open enrollment, that application window would be February 14th to March 1st. That's when our staff goes and actually reviews all the applications. Should there be any inconsistency in applications, it's that time where we coordinate with those families to make any adjustment to that application, correct any information if we notice anything that was not correct before the lottery actually runs. The lottery this year will be running March 2nd. And that's always an exciting time for us. And we know that our families tune in to make sure they see if their children are the lucky ones that get through the lottery. And then our post-lottery, where we still can gather additional applicants after that initial lottery runs in that post-lottery offering, and that will begin on April 2nd. The admission cycle, once the lottery opens, we did a lot of analysis of our last year's lottery and the application windows that were established to see if they were efficient and effective for getting students in, gathering all their registration information, and then coordinating with them as they waited to come into the following school year. In this case, we are, for 25-26, we had 4 business days to accept or decline an offer, and we had 14 calendar days to get in all the registration information. For the 26-27 school year, we're going to cut that down a little bit to 3 business days to accept your offer, and then have 10 calendar days to actually get in registration information. So if there is a difficulty with families getting registration information to us, we do have a system where they can communicate that difficulty with the chancellor, and then the chancellor can provide an extra day or two to have that registration information come in. If they're moving, sometimes they can't get all of the documents that are required. So there are those special circumstances. But shortening some of these days or timelines allows us to really filter through the students who and the families who are serious about coming to OPA, and then getting them in and onboarded in a much more efficient and effective manner, both for them and for the office staff. This really became critically important as we come into the new school year, and we're still having the same windows open. If the 4-day for an acceptance and then a 14-day for turning in registration just delays them from getting into the academic environment. So we want to be very conscious about that. Marketing and communications. So outreach happens this time of year, and we want to increase that volume of communications during this open enrollment timeframe. We want to expand awareness. We want to sustain matriculation from that 5th grade class into our middle school. And then we want to maintain parent engagement by the time that they come in, they accept, they register. We want to maintain parent engagement all the way into that first start of the school year. So some key pieces of information in terms of getting information, communications out to families. We want to get out the key dates and deadlines, reminders about siblings and priorities of students. And then that 5th grade families, we want them to know and make sure that they still have to go through that enrollment process to get into the middle school. Yes, we do hold and reserve spots here for them at the middle school, but they still have to actually go through the lottery system because they are separate LEAs. But we also want to market those key features of the middle school, the CTE programs, our athletics, music, math, and our STEM robotics that we have as offerings. So we will highlight those in those communications along with our athletics. Our electives. And then to prospective families, we want general information about OPA and making sure that if you want to take a tour at any of our campuses, you're more than welcome. I know that tour spots have already started to fill up at our elementary schools, which is nice to see our families come in and take those tours. And then all of the highlights of our academic outcomes. We want to make sure that we do a really good job at like publicizing all of the great programs and attributes that we have as OPA. Just an overview of the communications. Oh. Just an overview of communications. We do want to make sure that if there are any community events that are going on, that we have booths set up and that we publicize our organization. The same thing as when we go into the malls, we have publications at malls and different locations where we have running information. We are setting up booths and tables at the Elf Yourself 5K. We may be running the event as well, running in the event, that is. Flyers out to different various community agencies, and then definitely a social media post and blast to launch this open enrollment cycle. Other areas where we have overview or outreach is Parenting OC Magazine. We have direct mail drops. We've actually looked at different areas where we could market families, especially here around the new middle school area, where we can encourage families who live here to actually go through the open enrollment process and lottery process to attend. In that, we are looking at just that boundary area where the new middle school is located and looking at those neighboring those neighborhood areas where we could do mail drops or flyers just to encourage families to select OPA as their school of choice. And then different other different targeted ads and slogans. Just these are examples of different marketing strategies that we have to encourage people at the middle school, informational meetings, parent nights, and different activities that we have that would have this mail merge campaign or a campaign to encourage different families who may not know of OPA or may not be thinking of us to encourage them to apply and go through the lottery process. And lastly, something that had come up last year, both by the board and some other encouraging folks who just made a comment of where do our alumni go? Like, where do they go to high school? Where do they go beyond high school to secondary higher education? And there is a campaign to reach out to our alumni and gather those stories and have those testimonials be a part of that marketing package and be really, they are the footprint of OPA. They grew up in our system. They have gone on to bigger, better things. We just have a student teacher who I think is at SV, student teacher at SV that was an OPA grad. So just all of those great things that our alumni do, we want to capture and then create those stories and then market out those stories and use them as testimonials. And finally, this is kind of one of those slides that we had used last year, just about the awareness, interest, engagement, enrollment, and loyalty. Those are all parts of that marketing cycle, just to increase our name recognition and our brand recognition. And then we do have utilizing 3 core areas: paid marketing, earned marketing, and then owned marketing. We are looking at different components to make sure that if we do have paid advertisements, they're effective, and how do we show that they are effective in terms of drawing students towards our campuses. Earned marketing, just the quality of our product, our family testimonials, our alumni testimonials, awards, rankings that we have earned. And then owned marketing, this is something that we are looking to expand our footprint. We are looking at our website. We're looking at ways to improve either our current website or different options so that it's a much more dynamic website with videos and to capture really the story, the essence of who we are, in addition to our newsletters, YouTube channel, and then any branded merchandise or things that are out in the community or in the public. So that is really this is really beginning the launch of our open enrollment window, and pretty soon, before you know it, we'll be at lottery time.
Comments or questions on this item?
So I love that you're kind of looking at this holistically and you moved up the dates. That's absolutely wonderful. One of the channels that I'm not seeing listed on here is actually LinkedIn. And we do have a site, but it has not been used in a very long time. But I do know parents, when they're choosing schools, do look at LinkedIn and that presence. So I would just encourage you to be looking at that.
Thank you for that.
I love the alumni spotlight. Thank you for doing that. I think that's a wonderful draw. And the older our students and alumni get, the more broader their stories are going to be, and it'd be a great marketing tool. I'd also like to note that we need to keep an eye on the jump from, we have it marked for 5th, but we also need to keep an eye on the jump from 6th to 7th, because that's when SVUSD middle schools open up. And it would be nice to see some targeted marketing for that, and maybe a timeline, because as a parent I have public and charter school kids. I don't think enough of the people in public that know about the school of choice window. And so would be really valuable to have an actual marketing timeline for that.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Moving right along. H, balancing class sizes and accelerated math pathway proposal.
So at the last board meeting, we did talk about some of the class sizes, especially in the middle school accelerated classes. And so the question became like, what can we do about that? And is there a solution? And what could some of those solution options be? I just want to thank Maggie Burdett and Kendall, the counselor here at the middle school, for just diving in and taking on this challenge with me to make sure that we provide you with a viable option to kind of reduce those class sizes, filter them out, but also to get what we could be a big win for OPA programmatically. So looking at the class sizes, our proposed solution to that would be to implement what we are calling just an accelerated math pathway that would lead students to end up in taking geometry actually in the 8th grade. Currently, our OPA students would be taking Algebra 1 in the 8th grade timeframe, but we do have a subset of students who are just very gifted academically, and we want to make sure that, just like we said in the intervention presentation, that we are looking at all of our strands of OPA and making sure that we are providing opportunities for all of our students to succeed to their maximum potential. So this pathway would look like this, kind of outlined here on the screen. Sixth grade would be like a sixth grade accelerated honors, if you will, class where they're really going to be infused with sixth grade standards and seventh grade standards. It's kind of going to mimic what would have been like a pre-algebra preparation class days of old, but using the current standards. Then when those students matriculate to seventh grade, they'd be going into Algebra 1. And when they matriculate to eighth grade, that's where they would see the geometry class. This program or this pathway, implementing this pathway does require us to add a class. What we had mentioned before in a previous presentation, the stipend presentation, being that some teachers are able to teach on their prep period or give up their prep period to have a class. That is common for a common solution for us to do or for any organization to do. And in this case, we did locate a staff member who would be willing to do that. Very, very talented math teacher willing to do that. It does cost about roughly $20,000 to implement or pay that staff member to give up their prep period in order to put in the program. In doing that, by adding a class, you're now able to have one more class to dilute the students out into other sections so that you can start reducing those class sizes, especially in those accelerated classes. So this is what it would look like in terms of, we tried to think through all of the various components of when could we do this? What is the most viable time to do this? Where would it not really affect student schedules mid-semester? And where would it be the easiest time for both students and staff to implement such a program? What we have come up with is the second semester is a natural time where students can receive class schedule changes. So you finish the first semester uninterrupted, you have a class change, and then you go into the second semester. Some students would be receiving a new schedule. And the change to that schedule would vary based on what the student is already elected into. So in some cases, if it's a singleton class, meaning it's only offered one period, it's very difficult to move that child's schedule around. So that may be a more tricky schedule change to make. In other cases, we have pretty easy schedule changes to make. Anyway, we would offer this program as a pilot. So we are testing the waters, if you will, to see the validity of the program and make sure that we have time to build out the program sequentially and with fidelity. That means that the pilot would start in January at that semester change. It would be for sixth grade students only. We have a range of students between 12 and 30 students to make the program viable. We did identify Mr. Sharp as the instructor that would be championing this double accelerated math class. And to identify the students that would be eligible for this initial pilot phase, we are triangulating data from CASP, iReady, and then in-class scores or achievement data to make sure that we are really looking at the students who need extra, want extra, are ready for that added layer of acceleration. So from that point forward, we would identify those students. We would have one-on-one communication with families. We're going to email families, give them some information data, also make phone calls with them, explain what the changes would be for their second semester classes, and then follow up with additional email information so that they really have time to digest if this is something that they want for their child or not. And of course, it's a volunteer basis too on that end, and they may elect to come into the program and they may not elect to come into the program. So once they do select the program, we would then make the schedule changes. And then Mr. Sharp would be taking this time to develop that curriculum and those instructional materials so that he is ready to start that instruction at that January semester shift. Implementation. So we've already kind of started to identify the students. We've gone in again with Kendall, the counselor here at the middle school, just to see how many students would naturally qualify or fit into this category. We've reviewed this information with the Academic Excellence Committee. This is now the presentation to the board of this proposal. Should we want to move forward, we would actually go ahead and approve it, and then make all the communication with families to ensure that the students that did qualify for this program and they are volunteering for this program will be getting into the program. December is that finalization of schedules. Again, Mr. Sharp is like finalizing curriculum and instructional materials, and we would support that through the chief academic officer. And then in January, the pilot would begin. We would have a summer bridge program, which is important to note because we do understand this is a pilot and it's for a smaller, a single classroom set of students. But we do know that other students or incoming students may want to have access to the program. So we would also in that springtime be developing a summer bridge class so that students who accelerate or do very well on that summer bridge would then have an option to come into this cohort of students. And then we would continue that pathway out until they matriculated up to 7th grade in algebra and then up to geometry in 8th grade. So we did want to reach out to the school districts in our area and private schools in our area just to kind of test the waters to see, well, how would this be received? We don't want to implement something here on this side and then they get to high school and, you know, an unexpected outcome comes. So in some cases, especially when we talk to private schools, they may have an entrance exam. So we would want to be very forthcoming with families that would be an opportunity that they would have to, or a bridge that they would have to cross at that time. With the other local high schools, the public schools, some of them have 8th grade in geometry, some of them don't. And so the question would be, well, what do they do in the 12th grade once they've gone through the high school curriculum? So there is a couple options at 12th grade. You can take a community college class or a university class or a college class to at that next level. Say if you've accelerated through calculus and statistics in high school and you get to 12th grade, you could take the next level of that math sequence at community college, or university. The brilliant thing about that is that the students would actually have their high school transcript go towards their admissions criteria, but then they would be pulling a college or university transcript along with that, and that would round out their college admission packet in a way that a traditional high school you know, like the sequence of courses can't do. So you actually have 2 transcripts working for your college admissions rather than just one. So that's a distinct advantage for our students at that upper end level. And then the other thing that we would want to do a little bit later on, we're layering in this pathway this year, but over the summertime, we would really want to do work to mimic that with our science pathway. So that work hasn't been done yet, but our goal would be that if this pathway moves forward, we would then mirror that with our science pathway in high school. Math sciences are, they're not completely connected, but by the time you get to a chemistry class, you have to be in like an algebra 2 level class. So then they become connected after that point. We want to make sure that that connection starts with this pathway so that our students would eventually take biology and geometry together in 8th grade, and then they would have access to higher level, like AP level science classes right from the get-go in 9th grade. So instead of only taking 3 AP level science classes, you're now eligible for 4. Some of the academic benefits of this, again, we're going to be able to balance those accelerated class sizes. We do have then dedicated pathway for our GATE and advanced learners, which is a significant advantage for students. They will have access to those upper level classes when they get to that 8th grade level. And we also see this as a differentiator for our middle school program too. And we could, you know, really market this to families in both the Saddleback area and the Capistrano area to encourage them to come and stay all the way through and be those legacy students that promote out of our 8th grade Um, some challenges just to mitigate, again, it's going to be a limited class size. It's going to be that pilot. And to mitigate that, we do want to offer the summer bridge, that possible placement test. I know that has been brought up before too. We are going to be working with the chief academic officer to understand what those placement tests are going to require, so we can kind of backwards map and make sure that our students are prepared for those entrance exams. We do want to have town halls and just have some academic planning sessions with families, especially the families who are interested in that. And the other thing that we can foresee down the line is that this program, depending on the size of it, may need additional staff. So we do have that in the back of our mind, not for this year, but definitely in the future that could come up. And so our next steps are really to present tonight, continue planning, make sure that we are communicating with families, and that we prepare for that open enrollment to start with marketing material. And that sums up our answer to class size balancing and mitigation. Your thoughts, questions, comments, concerns?
I have a question on the bridging class. As K through 12 classes are free or at a relatively reduced cost, like minimal under $100 cost at, say, Saddleback, would you accept that course done there over the summer in place of that? I'm just thinking of if you get more students, that would help this program grow, and rigorous academics is definitely a draw for OPA.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things that we've done even last year is encourage students to take some of those classes at community colleges. And many of the students actually did last year. And so we would obviously encourage that if families wanted to do that, of course.
I know that throughout Saddleback and Capo, there's kind of two schools of thought, do algebra first and second, and then geometry. But then other schools think you should do algebra first, geometry, and then algebra 2. How is this going to work with that? Because there really is two schools of thought. So how do you kind of address that? Because this is kind of making the stance of we are going to do algebra or we are going to do geometry, and then in high school, they'll do algebra 2.
Right. And so the school of thought of having algebra 1 and algebra 2 back to
Yeah.
back is obviously there's no learning loss between those two content areas, and then do geometry after that. The other way, some of the districts that when we were looking into that sequence, that they do it is they offer a geometry class as a bridge. So yes, you take, say, an algebra class in 8th grade, then you would take geometry over the summer, and then you would, back to back algebra 1 and algebra 2. And so of course, if our families or thought that would be a better pathway, you still have the option of doing algebra 1. You don't have to be on this pathway. You would have the option of doing algebra 1 that way, and then taking a summer bridge at the school that you're going into, the high school you're going into, and you can surely do that. So the only thing that when we were looking into all of the ways to make sure that families would have access to what they wanted to have access to in the 9th grade, you have to take the next course of sequence.
Mhm.
So if you did take the algebra 1, they would, even if they had a placement test for you, you would be taking algebra 2. And then you would have that 1-year gap between the algebra sequence. But
So why go algebra 1 geometry versus algebra 1 to algebra 2? I guess let me reframe the question that I'm asking, because that's the question that, depending on the school in the district you have, is that a lot of them go algebra 1, algebra 2, and then geometry, not algebra 1, geometry, then algebra 2.
I think when we looked into it, geometry would be that next course of sequence. In terms of how we were viewing the acceleration of the math pathway. And some school districts, like Tustin, they do put they do put geometry down into that 8th grade level. We did not find an 8th grade or a middle school that had the algebra 2 level class down into the 8th grade level. Sometimes algebra 2 is paired with trigonometry, and it's actually like a combo. And then depending on the honor sequence that they go into, I don't think that we wanted to kind of mess that up either. If they do accelerate, even beyond when they go to high school, we don't want to take their honors level classes, kind of away from them. So we kind of looked what other middle schools were doing in California in terms of those that were putting in an accelerated pathway, put in the geometry. And that's where we landed on geometry.
Okay, go ahead.
I think you guys have obviously done a lot of work on this, and I think this is great, and it will help with class sizes. But I just wanted to add that this is something we've been talking about since late spring in some fashion or another in the academic committee. So just not to think that this is rapidly put together and only done for class size mitigation. This is a goal that we set back then, and we have accelerated the timeline a bit with the class sizes in mind, but it is something that we, that we were committed to as something to differentiate OPA and highlight our academics.
Thank you for that. We did. We had plenty of discussions in the spring, and we have a very excited, engaged staff member with Mr. Sharp that is just chomping at the bit to put it in. So I do think the students are in for a great treat with him as the instructor of this program, the Pied Piper, if you will.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So we tabled I and J, so down to K, Board of Directors Goals and Norms, fiscal year 25-26. Second review.
So this is the second review of the Board of Directors goals and norms. There was only one category of goals that changed. The charge was to bring it back to the committees, have the committees look at just if these goals that were established in the workshop still remain, we're happy with them, or if there was any tweak or change to them. So if you look on the screen, the only goal or set of goals that tweaked or changed a little bit was just the fiscal accountability goals. And so, but the rest remained the same. So I have that fiscal component on the screen for you. So fiscal board goal 1, increase fiscal and risk management understanding of board members and appropriate staff. There was a couple of outlined proposed activities that were associated with that. Fiscal board goal 2, increase fiscal accountability and transparency through policy and procedure, and then proposed activities of what that would look like. And then if we move down to fiscal board goal 3, increase revenue streams. And then just those outlined activities. And then I'm just going to go ahead for a small portion. The governance goals, establish process for board policy review and align governance handbook, bylaws, and charter alignment, succession planning, establishing board norms and values, guiding decision-making processes. And then the next set of goals, evaluation school leader administrator, Institute 360, organizational and administrator level, and then review and determine the use of the toolkit. That was the Charter School Development Center toolkit, and then charter advocacy. So the only goals that really had any alteration were those fiscal goals. So that would be it was examined by your committees, and that would be your final review, unless there's any change or addition.
And when you say final review leading to an action item, correct?
We would put it on the next board agenda in November for action. Yes.
I have a question regarding that. So, so for the charter advocacy, Betsy and I were assigned to work on that, but there's not like a committee. Would that be part of the action for next month, is figuring out like who will continue to work on that?
I think so. I had a similar process question around some of these who, right?
Yeah.
And also then how are we holding ourselves accountable? Are we going to continue with them assigned in existing committees, and then there'll be continual updates brought back to the full board? So I don't know if we want to discuss a few of the ideas around those things now, or resolve them when it's brought back for action? Is everyone okay?
When we bring it back for action, do you want it brought back with next steps of how do we, like, yes, we would keep some of these in their natural committees that they work in, and then obviously the ones that don't fall into a natural committee, the board would assign or continue to assign member to them, and then we could meet and then make sure that we are making progress on those goals.
Does that work for everyone?
I just want to make sure that we really align a process because it took us a while just to get to the goals.
I know.
And I want to make sure we get like traction.
Well, right, and that this is like, doesn't get shelved, right? In terms of it should be driving a lot of what we're focused on then as a board in the coming months. And I think too, we should define some timeline around this. I assume this is something we'd look at annually,
Mhm.
possibly update as needed. So that might need to be baked into what we approve
Mhm.
as well. So I think does that plan work for everyone in terms of what's brought back for action next time? Some more detail.
A timeline, some detail on where they would sit, and then if you assign board members to the areas that don't naturally fall into a committee. Okay, I
Thank
can do
you.
that. Yep, thank you.
Okay. Oh, what's your name? All right, items for action. Action item A, approval of agreement with Catalina Environmental Leadership Program for 2026 seventh grade field trip. May I get a motion and a second?
Make a motion.
Thank you. And do we have questions or comments? All right, we will move into vote then. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? So moved. B, ratification of 2024-2025 special education invoice, Santa Ana Unified School District. And may I get a motion and second, please?
I'll second.
Do we have discussion or questions?
I did notice on this agenda that we have a lot of ratifications. Is that something that's going to be discussed at one point on why there's so many ratifications, or how are we going to make sure that we don't get stuck in this pattern of doing a lot of ratifications in the future?
So there is ratifications on this agenda to make sure that we don't go over that threshold of 25,000, which requires board approval. We have suggested that we have a PO listing that would go on future board agendas where all of the POs would then be listed, just like you see the personnel report, which would be helpful because then we wouldn't have ratifications. So we don't want to miss anything fiscal policy wise. We want to make sure we get all the board approvals that we need, but we do want to have a more permanent solution, and I just want to thank Ms. Jenny Delgado, who has been kind of leading that charge and helping us address this so that we don't have to have that in the future.
Thank you. And thank you and welcome. We appreciate you.
Any other questions, comments? All right, we'll move to vote then. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes and any abstentions? Motion passes. Action item C, review of comparable compensation data for charter school executive directors, CEOs, and principals. The board was to review as requested of the comparable compensation data for charter school executive directors, CEOs, and principals. So it's recommended that we approve this item. May I get a motion and a second?
Motion.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for the context?
This is the original comparable compensation data that was presented when Kim was hired, and that this is required as for the next action item.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, we'll move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? And any abstentions? All right, so moved. Item D, approval of salary adjustment for executive director. May I please get a motion and a second?
Can I amend now?
Sure.
Okay, I make an amended motion that the documentation
Well,
and the,
It's not an amended motion because you haven't made a
Oh,
motion. So
I'll make it a
To
motion.
amend the,
I'll
yeah.
make a motion to amend the documentation and the description on the agenda item to be replaced in the minutes with the script required by Ed Code.
Second.
Okay, and is there any discussion? Well, sorry, before discussion, I need to read this. As to the next item regarding approval of a salary increase for the executive director, I am required by law to indicate prior to any vote that the employment agreement for the executive director provides the following. 1, a 3-year fixed term with the final year ending on June 30th, 2027. 2, an annual base salary of $239,700, which reflects a 2% increase retroactive to July 1, 2025. 3, eligibility for an annual salary increase of up to 5% based on performance. 4, eligibility to earn an annual cash bonus of $3,500 as of the 2025-2026 school year if all of OPA's charters are included in the high-performing category of the charter school performance category data file. 5, participation in employee health and retirement benefit programs subject to program and eligibility requirements as applicable. 6, coverage for professional dues memberships in the Association of California School Administrators and the American Association of School Superintendents. 7, a car allowance of $350 per month. 8, a technology allowance of $50 per month. I would also note that the salary is in keeping with the compensation comparability study the board has received. Now I open up for any comments or questions or discussion. I'll just make a comment that I am grateful that we have the ability to match the 2% that the board was able to approve for all staff within the organization a few months ago and give the same percentage to our executive director. All right, if no other discussion, then we'll move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstention? All right, the motion passes. Items for consent. Items listed under consent are voted on by the board in one motion and one vote. There is no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless a member of the board or staff requests specific items be pulled from consent. Before making a motion, would any member like to pull an item from the consent calendar?
I do.
Okay.
A2.
Okay. Request to remove A2. Any other items to be pulled?
A3.
A3. All right, any others?
No, sorry, wrong. A4.
A4, okay, not A3,
Not
A4.
A3, A4.
Okay, any others?
This is C1 and C2.
C1 and C2.
Oh, and I also had, sorry, my bad. B13.
B13. Okay, so I've captured A2, A4, C1, C2, and B13. Any others?
C1 and C2, not B1.
Oh, I'm sorry. So A2, A4, C1, C2, B13.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So based on that, may I please get a motion reflecting those items being removed and a second.
I'll make a motion to,
Uh,
I would make a motion to approve all consent items except for A2, A4, C1, C2, and B13.
Thank you. All right, A2, A4, C1, C2, B13, yes. Motion by member Fryler, second by member Akashe. I will now call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Okay.
Any noes? And any abstentions? All right, the consent agenda with those items pulled moves forward. Okay, so let's start then with A2. May I get a motion and a second?
Motion.
I'll second.
Okay,
No.
No.
Right.
Let's see, one, I'm two.
let's see. All right, I'll open up for comments or questions or discussion.
This item that mentions the treasurer as being a signature was brought to the board last year and YMC recommended against the treasurer being a signature on the account. Did that change? Is there a different direction?
I have no idea why that changed, actually.
So we'll pull it.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna leave it on, so.
I'm sorry, what? I didn't hear it.
Well, I just told her I was gonna leave it unsigned in the full things.
Oh,
Can I maybe amend it because I do think we need to have other signatures done today?
Oh, that was just my.
Yeah.
We couldn't talk about it and I just wanted
Yeah.
to ask the question.
No. And I'm with you, Betsy, is like, I don't know why the treasurer needs to be on there, but I would say let's go ahead and do the rest of them. And we can get that question resolved because YMC did say that last
Okay.
year. And then that way it's not tabled and you have at least the rest of the authorized signers. So would you like to amend?
I'll amend my motion to approve action, item A2 with the exception of removing the board treasurer from the signature authorization for checks.
is there a second to that amended motion?
A second.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, we'll take a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? And any abstentions? All right. Motion passes. So now we'll move to A4. And may I get a motion in a second?
So I'd like to motion to table this and assign it back to the fiscal committee, the finance committee, to make sure that this contract addresses exactly the purpose of why we wanted to do this study. Specifically, I'd like to have either the project will address the following on page 2, either there or in the consultant's report. My suggestion to the committee would be to have wordage that specifically says that the SSC will identify areas of potential fiscal or operational vulnerability, including weaknesses in internal controls, segregation of duties, or policy compliance that may expose OPA to liability or misuse of funds, and also give recommendations that will include specific safeguards and internal control improvements designed to mitigate these risks with or without the use of a back office provider.
Second.
Oh, okay. So the motion I think, right, would be to table and assign back to the finance committee. And then we have a second from member Shaw. Okay. And then all those things would be captured as part of discussion that you'd like to see happen. As it's brought back. Or are we good?
Can we make sure that you email exactly what you have so it's captured in the minutes?
All right, let's take this to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
All right.
Any noes? And any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Where are we at? C1.
Do we want to be 13?
I'm sorry, B13, thank you. B13, I'm sorry, I'm getting there.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay,
Second.
just a moment, please. Okay, so I have a motion from member Travis, second from member Shaw, and discussion.
Yeah, so I noticed that this was really for Saddleback in the middle school. And is this because of our facility use agreement where we have to pay extra cost, whereas SOC we don't?
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that,
And there's just current situations that we need to cover. I
okay,
don't know the extent and the cost, but this is a not to exceed amount.
okay. That was I just want to make sure that that's clarified.
Yep.
So,
All right, any other comments or questions? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
aye.
Any noes? And any abstentions? So moved. Okay, and now to C1.
I make a motion.
Okay, I'll call for a motion and second. So motion by member Travis. Second, have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay, so my question relates to both the first and the second. I noticed that on the TK minutes for SB and OSOC, it doesn't have recess for TK, but it does for starting at kindergarten up. But I know TKs have recess, so can you please explain?
Recess. So some of that was just tracking.
Okay,
Recess to make sure when we counted instructional minutes, it counted the whole day minus recess. So if you look at the TK, first one in there. It's I'm sorry. So let me go back and actually, I will take back that question. I may have to answer that in a different way.
yeah,
So
I,
I'm going in two different directions.
yeah, I get you.
Yep. Yeah, no, It's the day after.
TK is the same minutes. I'm like, so you know, like how this one minimum is. Nobody got recess for the kindergarten, but they don't.
It's the end of.
Same time, at the same time. I'm like,
Yeah.
so when they are recess is available.
So then they're overcounting instructional minutes.
That's why that's much. Because I know.
So then do we need a motion to table?
That's my question. Do you need a motion to table to come back to me? Okay, that's fine. Sorry.
So are you amending your motion?
Yes, I'm amending my motion to table C1 and C2.
I will second.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so amend a motion to table C1. Any other discussion or comment? All right, so all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any noes? And any abstentions? All right, that carries. That was all of our pulled items, correct? So I guess that takes us now to the executive director report.
Thank you so much. I just want to do a humongous shout out and thank you to two campuses thus far, the middle school and Saddleback Valley Elementary School. They both had their annual oversight visits from the authorizers, OCDE. They came out and it was just a great day to showcase what our professors do, what the staff does each and every day to bring our campuses to life and provide such wonderful academic instruction inside of our classrooms. The authorizer visits went swimmingly. They were very excited to see all of the professors and what they do and learn all of our techniques that happen inside of the classroom. I just want to thank Member Travis and Member Freiler, who were the board members who kind of helped us and answered questions regarding governance and operations, which are also key components because they do look at the central office and how we support school sites too in doing those amazing things. But our professors just were outstanding, and they were more than delighted to come on our campuses. And they had many wonderful things to say about the visits that they just had. And so thank you all and all of the effort that went into putting those visits together. I know that SOC will have their visit in March, so we're looking forward to that a little bit later on, but you're not forgotten, SOC. And then Family Fun Night at SV Elementary was just an amazing, huge success. I did have to go through a haunted house, which I went through the haunted house. Let's just say that I'm not a haunted house person, but I went through, and I will be going through the middle school haunted house tomorrow night, and I will be attending the dance, so I'm looking forward to that. And then trunk or treat was so fun at SOC. I only got a preliminary view of it because I was trying to do 2 campuses at one night, but you were not forgotten either. And what a great event for all of your little kiddos. So anyway, well done. Well done.
Thank you. We will move to Board of Directors reports, and tonight we'll start with Member Shaw.
So I also attended the SV Fall Fun Night, although I did not go in the haunted house because I'm not a haunted house person either. But my kids both went and really enjoyed it and had a great time. So kudos to the Honor Society for a job well done there. And look forward to coming tomorrow for the Rise event. And congratulations to all the families as part of the recognition earlier today.
Thank you. Okay, Member Akashe.
Congratulations to the newly reclassified English proficient students. I'm very excited about the double accelerated math pathway for the middle school. And I would like to thank the academics team who have planned that, and Mr. Sharp for being brave and being excited about taking it on.
Thank you, Member Freiler.
The O in October is for OPA. I did a number of OPA-related events this month. I had the opportunity to attend the CSDC convention this month with Dr. Smith and Dr. Fricker and Miss Maggie and Chris Holmes, who was, yep. It was wonderful learning more about governance and best practices and lots of information on the new and upcoming laws, state and federal. I also participated in the OCDE site visit at SV, and I want to thank Maureen Cortez and Julie Para for their time and oversight in helping us maintain compliance. Other OPA events I attended was OPA Palooza here at the MS. It was really fun. Thank you for the Honor Society for setting that up. And I really hope Miss Roney didn't spend too long in jail. I volunteered at Trunk or Treat at SOC. It was the biggest trunk or treat yet. Even Mr. Rectine had a trunk, and so did Dr. Smith. It was wonderful. And the governance committee met last month to discuss board norms and board policy. We are implementing a board tracker to help identify where policies lie in the admin system at the central office to help them keep track at what committee is in charge of them and their priority level. I'd also like to thank the students who were reclassified tonight and the staff for, among many of the reasons, the PBS recognition.
Thank you. Member Travis.
I can't top that, so I yield my time, but thank you all.
And quickly, I also want to again congratulate all those who received awards tonight and those who coordinated such a lovely reception. I also want to say congrats to SOC for making the Educational Results Partnerships honor roll. I attended a lot of excellently executed events, SOC Trunk or Treat, SOC Jogathon, and the middle school OPA Palooza. Even made it out of that event, winning a silent auction for my son to get to shadow Mr. Leone and all the wonderful work he does. So looking forward to that. Participated in staff finance committee, previewing fiscal items brought for action to the full board. And we're also analyzing purchasing and payment policy and processes for potential future improvement. I also, as mentioned, attended the Charter School Development Center conference, engaged in a lot of learning regarding the charter world, and also went to a session on avoiding the top 10 legal mistakes made by charters. And that is a presentation that each board member will be getting a copy of as well. And that concludes my report. So with that, we will be recessing to closed session at 10:29 p.m. Thank you all.
For help.
Welcome back. The meeting is being reconvened to open session at 12:23 p.m. And report of action taken in closed session. The board, in a vote 4-0, the board took action to advise council to retain a third-party investigator to explore a complaint. Member Shaw was aye, Member Akashe was aye, Member Freiler was aye, Member Smith was aye, Member Travis was not present. Second, the board took action for Oxford Preparatory Academy to agree to withdraw the application serial number 98689-874 for the Oxford Preparatory Academy trademark. OPA entered into a settlement agreement with Oxford University on October 23rd, 2025 to establish the use of our name and wordmark. This action was taken with the vote of 5-0. Member Shaw was aye, Member Akashe was aye, Member Freiler was aye, Member Smith was aye, and Member Travis was aye. Adjournment. It is recommended that the board adjourn the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on October 24th now. And may I get a motion, 2025, a motion and a second?
I'll motion.
Thank you. And then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? And any abstentions? All right, our meeting is adjourned at 12:25 a.m.
These are, oh, I'm lifting them on the table.